looking at my stream, I put a lot of effort into into this. We hit ready. It's so bad. It's so fucking horrible. Vote for a map. Coliseum, of course. Somebody else likes Coliseum too. That's fine. What is Neon Junction? Excuse me, sir. This thing like overreacts to everything I say and do. This is great. Ah, see, Splint? I don't even have to pick the character. They just know.
Tools in hand, brain in gear.
Oh, they got Gachapon. Splint, do you think they know? I think they know. Yes, but I am the Torbjorn. What? You're the best. The Diamond Torb. The Diamond. Oh my god, the fucking buttons of this game are confusing me. This map is so big, or maybe this character is just short as hell. She ran away! What a coward. Where's the whip? Oh, this is a payload map? What the fuck? Where do I... Oh, that didn't work. Can it stop fucking attacking? There we go. Alright, I'm gonna go explore the map. Interesting. It's like a PNG. Just random Gachapon everywhere. It's actually very linear. I didn't intend to come back to you guys. Oh, I think there's a train up here, right? Where is it? Oh. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Oh god. Where are the perks? Move faster, yeah, let's just... Oh, I didn't know where she went. I was having fun frontlining too. Oh, somebody left the game.
Pick on someone your own size.
I am here to support.
Is that a, like, Pokemon ripoff? Oh shit, they got anime ripoffs too?
Group up here.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw the back end. I saw it earlier. Oh, I don't know where the fuck I am. Is this... Oh, it kind of reminds me of Hollywood. Very interesting. Oh, Dink. Hey, Sapphire, thank you. It's actually kind of like TF2. Oh, that's kind of scary. Five seconds. Oh, I don't think they changed it at all. They're dead. Huh? No, I walked down and then I walked back up. Yeah, it's kind of like a better Hollywood. Very linear. No, this is a nice linear map. It's got offensive high ground, which is nice. Who saw an Eichenwald? I played Eichenwald. The Eichenwald one is very mid. Not a huge fan of the Eichenwald one, honestly. What is this? Oh, I can endorse, I guess.
MVP. Someone needs to show how it's done.
No, I don't. It's very confusing. I like the cards better. Level 52. Is that the level I left off, or did they finally give me my accrued levels from the first game? Shuckle. Well, I want to play Beyond. I want to see what she does. Yeah. That didn't do shit! Oh! Damn. Let's see. What's the worst map? I actually don't want to play Junkertown. New Queen Street. Winning! See, this is birthday boy preferential treatment. Thanks, Blizzard.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Oh, okay, never mind. Level 52 is just still relatively high, I guess, for the people that play this game. Oh wait, this says I'm level 250. What is that?
Tools in hand, brain in gear.
Alright, Doc. Diagnose me. I dare you.
I want to know what my real level is.
Whatever your issue is,
That's my
it
problem.
seems quite clear I can treat it.
What makes you think I'm looking for a cure?
Social.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocked.
Oh yeah, you guys are
30
both.
seconds.
Yeah. Okay. So 250 is not like a cap. That's okay. Ski on? Ski on, ski off.
Show them what you've got.
I don't know, I can hammer him. I can hammer him. Where the fuck is he? Did he jump up there? There we go. Alright, I'm so good.
For the big leagues yet.
Is that a Life Weaver? I suck. I can't hit this guy. Who? What the fuck is that?
Stay here.
I flower water.
I still have some fight in me.
We're falling behind.
Doesn't it say? With hammer? Yeah.
They outnumber us. Careful.
Well, is it still 55 per hammer? You suck. What the hell?
Let's put a stop to that.
You know, after all this time, you think you'd be good at this game.
Back to work.
Feeling more powerful?
Downhill. Down here from hill. I almost corrected you. Also, I am talking to people on Discord. I just have the Discord muted. It's my new policy. So I'm not talking to myself. Don't worry. Oh, what? I'm right here. I opened the tree. See, I killed, what's his face?
Stop them from pushing the barricade.
I'm so good at this game, bro. I should be top 500. I'm so good at this game.
My precious word.
I don't know anymore. I've played this game in forever. Demon. I think somebody lied to me, saying that Torbjorn's good there. She just dashed away.
Back down.
You're a liar. He dashed away from me. What am I supposed to do? We're inting.
Must reclaim the robot.
If she don't, what if she doesn't use one of her main abilities? Uh-oh. No, he doesn't see me.
Enemy forward spawn.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he can shoot me because of my fat body. Don't worry about it. I'm cooking. Wow. Oh, she's in the air. I got her. Don't worry. Give me demon. Oh, this sucks. She takes no damage. She's just a tank. What the fuck? Where did she go? Eh, fuck. Oh shit, Bob's still alive. Oh, Torbjorn's 70 now? Yeah, I don't know. The health pool is too high though.
Too much pressure. Moving the barricade. Scorch the sky.
Just use the turret. What's wrong with you? Holy shit, I can't aim. Fuck, there's like 4 of them and I'm stuck. Game's hard. Oh, where did my my window capture go? Where'd he go?
Always gets it working again.
Did the program killed itself? It couldn't handle my my speech? There we go. What happened?
The enemy has him.
Turret's under fire.
Did I yell too loud? No, no,
60 seconds remaining.
my funny program.
They outnumber us. Careful.
They're all dead.
Time to get my hands dirty.
Run!
Enemy forward spawn. 30 seconds remaining.
Get out! Stuck in here with Bob.
10 seconds remaining.
Wait, I can go Shion. Hold up.
Just getting warmed up.
Wow. What? I did play Shion. I played her at the end. That's me. The greatest. Yeah, I'm voting myself up because I'm very important. Yeah, but he gave up Torb. Giving up Torb is the same thing. I'm getting so much XP. That's crazy. All these suck. Do I gotta pick one? Who is this? Soldier? Brig is the most mediocre of them all. What happened? I don't want any of these. Oh, it's Farah, okay. They're all mid. I don't want any of them.
Choose your map.
I want Antarctic Peninsula. I have not played the map. It'd be a great deal.
Traveling to Eichenwald.
Wald. More like time to play Shion Wald. She's like Torb. She's just like a worse Torb.
Pain is melting.
Play her until I get the payload because this part of the map sucks.
These streets will run red.
Zito
when I'm
500?
through.
Yeah, that's my my nocturnal brother. Just wait.
Have you tried bandaging your mouth?
Would that help?
Help me.
In the desert? In the desert?
Yes.
The cheetah lives for 3 years. And in the desert?
Isn't that Nimbani?
In the desert?
Yeah.
The cheetah lives for 3 years. And the camel.
You know, I like how long these maps have lasted.
1.
Eichenwald is still fairly timeless. What the fuck? That did not work. I'm like, oh, I can double jump off the bike. Now I hit the wall.
Over here.
Another run at the cycle of violence.
Or Dash gives her like some kind of shield. I feel like charging the bike sucks. Ow.
You're out of bounds.
You know, I think it's easier to feed on this character than it is to feed on Doomfist. Hold up, let's get bike. What? No. Yeah, I've watched Seal. That doesn't mean I'm playing. What the fuck? There's no staircase. What is this? I don't understand. Whoa, what the fuck? Yeah, it's outside. Well, I'm used to the inside one. Is this like a long-range character or a mid-range character? Is she like an assassin? It's kind of weird that she doesn't really have any like good abilities. Like I think her right click is a execute, right? Wait, is that my ult? What is execution?
That was fun.
You only hate them because you were bad. You were not good enough. I was getting on the bike, no! Oh, the bike appeared for a second. But I can't even, like, parkour off walls? That ult kinda was okay. I don't care about the stupid cat. Fuck. No. I'm gonna play this one. I'm gonna try this one out.
Always climb, never fall.
This is like shitty Halo girl with no personality. Yeah. But she has a needler. That's a very, very cool ability. What does that do? You're reviving me. Oh shit! How the fuck does this work?
Need to rethink
I didn't realize that I can like throw it into the ground.
Nano boost administered.
What? How dare you? What does her ult do?
Are we pushing the payload or what?
All right, enough messing around. Setting a hold. Charge out. Not bad at all.
Small bombs.
Let's try something different. We'll take them down.
It's not targeting when I fire up, man. Look, F1? No, no, no. Reading is hard.
Be a good sport about it now. Ladies and gentlemen.
Do I go behind them? Play her on the plays. Okay.
Oh, hell yeah. I won't let you down.
So if I do this, does that... Oh shit, I can't heavy melee in this game.
Defeat. Play of the game.
Like bald? If it's up more, it's more spread? Oh, is that why I only killed like one person? Fuck! I was gonna give it to chicken. That's what they all say. Fine, I'll play ranked after this and go ruin somebody's ranked games.
Select a map.
Paris. I'm picking nipple.
Now traveling to Paraiso. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Tools in hand, brain in gear.
Will it rain? I should have packed a wetsuit.
Look how typing makes my mouth open.
Are you ever going to tell me Valkyrie's airfoil ratio?
Are you going to tell me Ingrid's apple pie recipe?
Ugh. You drive a hard bargain.
I'll just ask her myself.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective.
Maker drop.
Oh, it's a real battle! Please save me. Oh, shit! He has way too much health for me, holy fuck. Oh, he was down to 80. I suck. Could have finished him off.
On my way.
6-7?
Defend the point.
Oh, to carry Stoju or whatever. Fuck, is that a bite? Well, they added an area back here for short people. That's pretty nice. Oh, my turret's so good. What? The path of least resistance. Let him watch. I'm going, I'm going, I'm going. I'm going.
Maximum power. Hammer down.
Heroes never die.
How do I even see him there? We got him. Oh yeah, there's a lot of doorways now.
Now it's going to get interesting. Ring the bell.
Where is he? No! Shit, I don't know where the pet packs are. I think they're in the corner.
A good pop always gets it working again. There. Show them what you've got.
Use it! That was worth it.
Back at it. They're hurting my turret. My precious work. Fake us over. Block the payload.
Didn't she already ult?
Show them what you can do.
This poor Ryan.
That's more like it.
I just keep running into him, meleeing.
I'm overloading. Sometimes I surprise myself.
Yeah, I know.
Maximum power.
I got him.
It's a fix when you have a hammer.
I'm the coolest.
I feel great.
Serve my design.
Thought she could sneak up on me?
I'm hotter than a furnace.
Really? That's crazy.
Triple kill.
Turret's getting hit.
My duty is being done.
Time to let off some steam.
Oh shit, he's fast. Oh. No, he's stealing himself. Oh no, we get the mini action. Oh, thank you.
Back to work.
I don't know where their spawn is, so.
On my way.
Installed and ready to go.
We have to stop the payload. There's one.
I'm overloading.
30 seconds remaining.
He can try and kill me. I know he's a coward, though.
Show them what you've got.
Demon, ready to play.
Spawn, I think we're losing the point.
Hey, block that payload.
Not fair.
Back down! Not a chance!
Enemies moving the payload.
Ooh. Wow, that's a lot of fucking fire strikes. Oh. Oh, okay. Fucking suck. Ah, yes. The Gum Lord. The purple kill. We won a game. Wowee. My face emoji's going off right now. Well, what do you mean one more real one? That wasn't real?
Impressive, if I do say so.
Crow hates me, so no. He doesn't want a duo. Is he even on? Wait, let's see. Crow is not online. Wanted is online. Crow is not online. I'm picking Junkertown because it lasts the longest. Damn!
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower.
You know, I'm gonna see if Vendetta's still terrible.
I am the Empire.
Mercy, are you ready to dance and groove?
No, no, no. You see, your goal is winning. My goal is totally different.
Hope they practiced, cause I'm not slowing down. 안녕?
5, 4, cover. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Victoria! Outmarch!
Bring it on.
Fatevi sotto!
Oh shit! I got rooted. That's not cool. Unlucky. Oh. I go in not because I want to, but because I have to.
You'll pay for such betrayal, Vera.
And I died instantly.
Mind the shot.
Maybe Vendetta's the new Doofus.
Don't touch me.
I will have their head.
Oh, fuck! What is the age demographic of Overwatch now, by the way?
This will suffice.
I'm just curious.
Hold on, reloading.
Have ult, let me ult. Let me ult.
मेरे मुताबिक चलो. 动住，不许走。
Score 0.
Oh shoot! I forgot to tape my Achilles again.
Pump up the bass. It's time to roll out.
Five, four, three, two, one. Round two. Capture the objective.
Shazam!
Engaging enemy combatants.
Funny Lucio? Ow!
I will have their head.
Oh my fuck. Ah, this character dies so quick. He's so squishy.
You'll pay for such betrayal, Vera. Keep them away from the point. Impenetrable.
How dare you?
Taste the Palatine Fang.
I'm going in. I fucking this.
Say when you can die.
I killed them all.
At last, my prize.
My prize, being a character. What? Don't make me angry.
Arriva la punizione.
I hit the rock. Please save me. See? No, I think it's better this way. Let's see. Oh, you're gone. That's okay. Yeah, I died. How did I die? Oh, this state ran us down. Whoa. All Lucios are brain dead. I'm busy swinging my sword. My diamond sword. Oh, fuck. That vacuum could easily die. Just not for me.
Arriva la
No,
punizione!
Taskine!
Help me!
Fucking.
Score 1-1. Drop the pride and discipline will take over. Five, four, three, two, one. Piece of cake. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Oh, I almost fucked up.
Fatevi sotto!
I'm spinning. I had flanked.
You'll pay for such betrayal, Ben.
That shit is dead.
Siano maledetti. On the move. The right choice. Fatevi sotto!
What the fuck? Why are they over here? Ding ding. Ding ding. Oh shit. What?
I am above defeat.
I am fully focused.
Heroes never die.
Cadetta sucks. I don't know how to aim. Holy shit! I can't slide either. Wow, wow. I don't know what to do.
Defeat.
Unlucky. Do I have to pick one of these? What do you mean? It's not an image. It's a live action display. It took a lot of effort, okay? Competitive. What do you mean? I could do green screens. What's the one everybody plays? Is it 6v6 or is it roll queue? I'm assuming it's roll queue. I'm gonna play roll queue, I guess. But you see, it has many emotions. If I get very loud, it'll yell. If I say, what? Or, what the fuck? Yeah, it does that. That's supposed to be, like, in distraught. There's, like, 6 different emotions. Why? It's very good. But if I say, why? 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 What? Oh, haha. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know why it's not triggering the other one. I'm saying why. It's something. Bye bye. No, he didn't. Vic never said it. I can play Colosseo. I can play Runasapi. Let's pick Colosseo because these maps all suck. They're all terrible.
Select your hero.
Select my hero. Oh boy.
Choose hero
What?
bands.
How dare you? The echo is only there because Blizzard added it. Ban characters. I'm banning Shion. I have no choice. Nobody's gonna play Sojourn. This is like Bronze 20. Okay.
Arriving at Colosseo. Prepare
See,
for battle.
Bronze 20. I don't know what that is.
Select your hero.
Okay, what is Emerald? Yeah, then it's Bronze 20. Might have to look up Overwatch ranks.
Tools in hand, brain in
Excuse
key.
me, sir. There's a million Overwatch ranks now.
Are you ever going to tell me Valkyrie's airfoil ratio?
Oh my god, none of these images have the new Overwatch ranks.
Pie recipe?
Are you serious?
Ugh. You drive a hard bargain.
I'll just ask her myself.
5,
Okay, what the fuck is Emerald?
2,
Okay, yeah, Emerald is the new plat.
unlocks in 30 seconds.
Yeah, so this is plat. Apparently I'm a plat DPS. Very good. What's that Mercy skin? She's like almost naked. Kinda based actually. Like Hog Champion. Bro, what the fuck? They got merch. Mythic? Plus you have to pay money for the Gunner skins? That's crazy. Oh shit, we got Doomfist. What do we even do? I Clyde. Motherfucker. Oh, it's in the battle pass? I mean, you still have to pay money for a battle pass, right? Unless it's like free.
I still have some fight in me.
My Doomfist hasn't died yet. I feel like that's a problem. Did they change this map too? $10 is not much. Blizzard doesn't deserve $10, so I don't know. It's kind of a lot. Shit, that's not a door. I can move faster. Holy shit. I'm a real character now. Let's go. He just sounded like Bolt, but not really. What the fuck was that? Oh, she's gonna touch again. Yeah, I know, it's great. Every time I touch the keyboard, the face goes burp. Yeah, you see that little angry face there? That was the angry face. Like, angry. Ha ha ha. Heisenberg. So the fans love the keyboard. Okay? The fans love the keyboard. It's a great thing. Oh, she's got like diva mode. Am I dead in here? Yeah. I don't do enough damage to kill Junker with a headshot and a body shot. What the hell? There's 6 images in total, I think. Yeah, there should be 6. Not speaking, generally speaking, the little pog thingy. The what? Why? When? I don't know, there's a bunch. There's like 6. Angry. I like it because I didn't read what filters I put in for what words do what, and when I just say angry, it just does this funny stern face. Angry. Hit! I should have just shot her. I was like, oh, I'll swap weapons now. Very large delay.
A good bop always gets it working again.
No, I was told that Torb wins. I will follow through with that until Torb wins. Dink wouldn't lie to me. Oh, we just let him cap? Bro, I pressed my button and I did not get my health. What the hell? I know it's because it goes up very shortly and that's probably a ping diff actually.
Learn even at this age.
Over here! Enemy over here!
Turret in position. Hello there. Let's move.
What the fuck? What is she doing, bro? Sombra is like a fucking character. Are you losing this still? Ah. My turret not hitting anybody? Oh, that's pretty cool. You know, I still think Doomfist might be a dog shit tank. I think that character might suck a little, but that's okay. Because I don't have ult, and I gotta be the front line. We're a little fucked. Bro, I just wanna be. What do you mean? Oh shit, I wasn't on the robot anyway. Who's still here? That's wild. GTX 1070? No. I have a new computer that I bought within the last like 2 months. Because it's cheaper to buy a PC than it is to pre-build now. Which really sucks. But it was on sale at Walmart. Was that a Visage? No, that was not a Visage. What you got? I have no idea. I don't remember. Some Walmart cyber powered thing. That was an upgrade. I think it's anything crazy. I'll have to check out, dude. Oh, I'm so fucked. Oh, the game lists your GPU now? Where? Why? I'm busy.
Over here!
50-60. Why do I have to play the game? They're playing the game for me. You know, in the good old days, I could watch all of Rick and Morty while playing Reinhardt. Now, I can't even hit a measly whatever her face is.
Maximum strength. Enemy detected.
Ah, whatever, fuck it. Oh, this is scary. What the hell? Think of your grandchildren. Ow, what? I don't know what happened to me. Oh, I'm so dead. Oh yeah, this is a big upgrade, yeah. I can actually play games at a decent frame rate. Mostly did it because my deadlock wasn't as good as it could have been, and I'm like, you know, I like deadlock. It's been a while. Because last upgrade was genuinely when I was streaming. Ow, fuck. I was probably too close, honestly. That's okay though. He didn't touch. Womp womp. Yeah, I'm having a good time. It's predicting me plat 2. That's how good I am.
Select a map.
Oh my god, that was an insta-queue. What the hell? Yeah, give me Hollywood. Give me a decent map. Yeah, because I'm using AMD now instead of Intel.
Select your hero.
I didn't realize I had to hit the ready button. Okay, so you can still ban people's characters. I'm just gonna ban all these guys. I moved to AMD last year. I was an Intel fanboy. I kind of started AMD because it was cheap, and then I went to Intel because I'm like, oh, I think Intel's generally better, but now I think AMD's just better again. What it reached.
Welcome to Hollywood.
What should I spend for a decent computer? You're fucked. That's how much you spend. Listen to my face in the bottom left corner. You're fucked. Anger. Angry. 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 Yeah, RAM is insane. Yeah, you're honestly just better off getting a computer from like a Walmart sale. Like a $300 off, $200 off computer that nobody's wanted for a while. Than you are trying to buy like parts for a computer anymore. Hard drives are crazy. RAM is crazy. It is just straight up cheaper to buy something that's been discounted. Because like parts are not going on discount.
But I know we can put it back together.
Yeah, none of the prices are gonna drop.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective.
Gonna move that forward a little.
Now it's going to get interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I was really lucky with this computer. It was on sale for like $300 less. I got it for like 800 or 900 or something. It would have been like 1300, yeah. Still lower. I need more impact. Which means I need to just not die. Yeah, now is like the worst time to build a computer, unironically. And it is not getting better. Pre-builts are definitely the cheaper route. Or it really depends, like if you already have a RAM and a hard drive and stuff, like a good one. If you don't, then yeah, don't even bother. Bitch, you can name every Pokemon, but you can't get any bitches. Think about your life. You gotta catch them all. Bitch, catch one first. She sleeps on those, like the turrets right there. You know, as long as they just don't ever push, this is just fine. Top 500, I am not playing this game enough to reach top 500, but also it's probably like diamond because nobody plays this game. I'll have to check after. You know Sylvok? Everybody knows Sylvok. Defran better, bro. Defran doesn't even play this game anymore. He's like champ 3-4, yeah. Sylvok's like the only person to play this game left. They're all gone. I've actually seen a fair bit of old streamers still playing this game. Levels don't matter, because I don't have any of my original levels. They said, fuck you, play the shittiest version of our game if you want levels. Damn, there's a lot of motherfuckers. That wasn't bad. Cheat on his wife after? You know, ironically, I don't think that's the worst thing for Jared did.
30 seconds remaining.
Wasn't he sending like nudes to his fans? He's like, I don't want to say rumors because I don't remember, but you know what I mean. There's still that picture of him in like the Sailor Moon thing. Damn, can I hit a bitch? Thank you. It's really interesting. Up here, it's like nobody can test me, nobody cares. Also, the second Doomfist, very interesting. This Doomfist was doing marginally better.
Score 0-0. Switching sides.
Anger. Angry. 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 Angry.
Select your hero.
Angry. 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 Oh my god, that's so funny. Angry. 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 Fuck. Angry. Anger. Angry. 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 I don't know if to say anything, it just turns angry. It's so good. Like, why does it keep doing that? Oh my god, that's so funny. Are you in voice? Probably not. Why would I be in voice? You think I want to talk to people? I'm a 30-year-old. I'm afraid. I'm afraid of people. What are they gonna say? What are they gonna say, dude? Look, I mean, there's only 2 people in voice chat anyway. That's crazy. How is there only 2 people in voice chat? I'm trying to read chat. Think, what do you mean it's just me? It showed the other dude was in there. Tomaha. Tomaha joined. Yeah, they're just done. They have zero coordination, bro. Puggers! I don't know how to speak in voice chat. Alright, let's go again. Let's see how many Overwatch. What if I finish this whole thing? Emerald 5! Emerald 5! I'm getting called. Hold up. There we go. I'm unmuted. Yeah, that's my Luigi's Mansion ringtone. That was my dad wishing me happy birthday. Okay, this is now taking a much larger amount of time. Here, we'll open a loot box to keep the attention. Oh my goodness. Is that like a roleplay character skin for like an anime character or something? Games. We've done 2 games. 1 loss, 1 win. 2 games, 2 Doomfists. I got a cat behind me. She's pet on the head right now. Missy, what are you doing? I'm gonna touch the stinky kitty. Oh. Pat her butt. Boom, 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 boom.
Vote for your map.
Whoops, sorry, Sticks. I'm sure a little too close to my books. Oh my god, it's King's Row. Who the fuck is not gonna vote for King's Row? That's the best map in the game. They should have a King's Row weekend where you only get King's Row. And there's another Doomfist player. Is this character meta? Am I in the wrong?
Choose heroes to ban.
I don't really particularly care. I think their bans are fine. pretty, mistress. Come here.
Now entering.
Come here. Oh, oh, she's rolling on her butt. Rolling on her butt.
Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Alright, we picked the character. Let's go. Oh. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. I think I fed you guys. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Yeah. What's going on, Missy?
Tools in hand, brain in key.
It's kind of cringe that she doesn't want to like lay on me,
You're
but she's like
so
totally fine just
cute.
laying
I
next
could
to me.
just Squish you to bits. Nah, don't worry. I'm just pulling your tail.
Who said that? Hi, beautiful. Oh my god, she just rubbed her face against my arm. She's like, hello, I'm right here. You should love me. There you go. You can love. You can love. Yes. Yeah. It's a very weird cat. Not moving erratically. Angry. 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 Angry.
Attack commencing.
See, I'm not moving erratically. Gee. I had to figure out what I want to do tomorrow. I'm gonna go out,
Even at this age.
get root beer. What do you think about what else? It'd be fun. Zoo could be fun. 24 hours? This is not 24 hours. Oh no, no. This is maybe 1 a.m. Maybe 1 a.m. I give it. Like a normal-ish stream time from when I was young and beautiful. Okay. Bro?
I still have some fight in me.
冻住，不许走！
Turret in position.
The main art. Man, this kind of sucks.
Pretty useful.
Well, she's not dead. That's crazy.
Objective A captured.
Hi, Missy.
Escort.
You're super pretty. You're so smart. Nope, fuck you, man. It is way better to just, like, stagger them. You got stuff? Missy, Missy, Missy. Meow, 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 meow. You're so pretty. Oh shit, I'm not dead? I'm just standing there like, oh, I'm dead. Hi. Pushing him off. Fuck him. Alright, we're gonna go do funny things. I don't think I have the aim right now to murk somebody, but Susan? Anything that kind of distracts them and makes them look this way is really good. Yeah, they like half of them are looking at me, and it's like, why don't you look at the other people that are just walking in your face? She falls on her back. I'm gonna grab her. Oh, I got her belly. Oh, I got her belly. Very good. Did their tank quit? Did they have a tank? Oh, they do.
It's going to get interesting.
I no.
I'm overloading. Turret's under fire. I am Nicholas Seaston. Maximum power.
Fuck. Shit, I missed him.
Огонь по готовности.
Halinko never gives up. I blocked the
Shit.
window.
Sorry, I'm playing with the cat. We have ults, not particularly.
I've high hopes for you.
Damn, he has zero fear, dude. That Baptiste, I thought he would like run back. He's just like, nah, I don't care.
We're like bombs in a bag. G'day, cover.
Now it's going to get interesting.
What me? What?
Okay, apparently tree does not save you there. It's something.
Let's get to work. Get this high jump moving.
It's not bad. He killed their tank. It just didn't touch. Okay. Miss, do not bite me.
3-0.
I love you, but you're terrifying with your claws. She has scratched me so much. She rolled over. She's gonna like bite me. She doesn't have any teeth though. She's all toothless. She's all toothless. What's up with you? I'm gonna shake your hand. I'm gonna shake both your hands. Shake your hand. Hello. Hello.
Tools in hand, brain in gear. I can't believe I fell for all that anti-omnic claptrap.
You look like a talented bunch. This should be quick.
Yeah.
Nothing in this world is
I'm overloading.
whatever you want. You must
Konnichiwa. What's up?
They should have killed Doomfist off canonically and made him impossible to play.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Turret in position.
Defend objective A.
Let's take this off.
Yeah, trying not to shoot deflect there is really hard.
My turret's getting hit. Pick on someone your own size. I'm overloading.
Try to grab her.
Show them what you can do.
Do you like the little 3v5 thing in the top right? It's very interesting.
Turret! My precious work!
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
It's a nice quick gauge of how long until someone's up without having to hit tab and block your whole screen.
Show them what you've got.
See, there's no way they don't have like ult advantage though.
Minor perk unlocked.
Become someone your own size. I'm at maximum strength.
Jesus Christ. Zarya never dies, bro. What a character. I walk up and almost die in 2 hits. They're playing Pharah. That's funny.
Show them what you can do.
I love the self-heal thing they added now. If you don't take any damage. It's actually really nice. Oh, where's she gonna go? Yeah, there's no point of you even like ulting there. I had to save it until I can stop them or literally anything. Or just use it to help us rebuild ults. Oh really? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm doing good. Doing alright. Happy birthday, thank you. Angry. Angry, 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 angry. The hell? Oh, I could just do this thing. Why? Damn.
You're powered up. Get in there.
I mean, that wasted their nano. That's not bad. Our Zarya is also kind of busted. Angry. It's like, well, sometimes it gets stuck at angry too. It's kind of funny. Why? Why? Alright, trigger the keywords. Why is it getting stuck in angry? I'm not even yelling. I think I made it so yelling is more like excited though, since I'm not really like angry. Oh, that's cool. Move on the dog.
Hunting them down.
Over here.
A Lincoln never gives up. I'm overloading.
Why are my eyes see-through? Because I was so unbelievably lazy that I kind of didn't care what it looked like. It's also like, oh, why isn't it all just even, you know? The sizing of everything changes.
They're going to love this.
I'm just gonna run away. Something to do there.
Under fire.
Excuse me, sir.
Payload's on the move. Let's stop it.
Did I get a second Torb perk or... I don't even know how to check. No, I didn't.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Ooh, that looks fun. Oh, he's fucking dead, or he just blew me up in one hit.
Oh, I'm just getting warmed up.
Shoot. Ah, whatever. She's dead. I don't know why she's trying to fucking do that. Kind of brain dead. Hey, Taco.
I still have some fight in me.
Taco, you want to see something really cool?
My tree's gone.
Make your
My
maker
cover.
proud. Installed and ready to go.
Yeah, this does change so much because when I'm not talking, it's just keyboard typing. It's so funny. Damn, I'm aiming way too high. Emery's got like a tiny baby face.
Turret in position. I'm overloaded.
Victory.
We did it. Angry, 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 angry. That's crazy. The haha actually kind of synced up for a moment there. Do an Otome game? No, I'm good. I don't want to be part of an Otome game.
MVP.
Yeah, no, I know what Otome is. Don't worry. What is even in this screen? My reward screen. Why is it so funked up?
Choose your map.
Reduce loss. What? Why would you pick anything other than this? You get extra points for winning, or just comp points in general. If you lose, you just get reduced loss? Like, why wouldn't you pick the reduced loss map? It's just free.
Choose hero bands.
I choose you, Widowmaker, and Wu Yang, and Jetpack Cat. I banned all of the heroes.
Now traveling to Busan.
Busan. Why they say Busan? Busan. It's actually pretty hard to read the engineer font. I guess it's just because my character is glowingly
Tools in
bright.
hand,
Your
brain in
karaoke? Why they removed
Let's
karaoke?
go. I've got a few new inventions to try.
Oh, they added Demon's room now? She plays with action figures. Where's the Michael Reeves reference?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
For Dragon Quest?
Capture the objective.
Get it and feast.
Exciting times ahead. Everyone hydrated?
La.
Diva should be mad. No, it's okay. Diva sucks anyway. I'm so dead, bro. What the hell? Man, I wish I could aim. Holy shit, I miss every shot on her. I'm gonna stick to the easy targets until I get like half decent. He's so low. Kind of interesting. I got like some muscle memory of the map still. Oh my gosh, she's just in my face. What do I do? She's like a better Reinhardt at that too. Because if she needed to get away, she could just zip zoop. Zip zip bam bam. Yeah, actually, I don't think I can kill that character even if I tried to. She has a lot of armor. Just like built into her body. Which is a little fair when the character is half mecha. Oh, that's a vendetta! Holy shit, I didn't realize we had a vendetta. I want to put it back up here so I can't go down there. Actually, I don't know where would be good. Probably right here. It's kind of rough. Because there's a lot of openings for high ground now. Thank you, Charmin. Thank you. It took a lot of effort.
I still have some fight in me.
You need to hold back and be cool.
Oh shit. Man, going through here is terrible. They have so many divey characters. It's kind of rough.
Let's get to work.
Listen, it's not torture, okay? I was asked yesterday to play Overwatch, so I'm playing Overwatch. That's what a streamer does. A mature 30-year-old not follow. They lead. That's what I'm doing. I'm leading. Is that a fucking Gundam? Oh yeah, this is a new character. It's Diva. She's a Gundam.
Nothing breaks that I cannot mend.
They said karaoke was gone. Oh, you can't do the mic finds anymore? Is it because they don't want to film? They don't want to record them for all the new characters? I was saying this for Deadlock. every character would have a karaoke line. They'd all be singing a different song.
4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Yeah, it's a really curious thing to think about. Is like when a voice actor dies, if it's a older game, they can sort of get away with it. But like, I don't know how many instances where like a voice actor dies in like a newer game. Like you just gotta full on replace them. It's like, oh shit, we can't do that anymore. It's not like there's Stan Lee, you know? They don't have millions of videos recording. They probably have some audio recordings for some projects, but do you even do them? You have AI now, but legally, right? It depends on what they signed up for when they signed the thing. But she just goon in front of me. What the hell? I'm so good. This is jump pad? Where? Tower? Holy shit. What do you mean? What? That's crazy. Oh my god. I'm gonna say you got me killed there. I'm gonna say you got me killed there, actually. Oh yeah. Angry. That's it. There we go. Angry. Angry. This is how I express emotions now. Just yell. Angry. Unhappy. Angry. There we go. Happy. No, I don't think happy triggers anything. I'm not allowed to be happy. I don't know what her ult does. I know she does the cloud of slash, but I have no idea, like, it debuffs or something. I had a quad kill even though I didn't hit a single person. More damage. Okay, that's not really useful. Yeah, this looks like a Junkrat tower. Like a Junker tower. This doesn't look like Busan. Well, I killed the main healer guy. Think they're winning that? You mean pig this thing? No, it's a cow.
Retribution comes.
Eee. Oh my god, she's so annoying. Enemy spawn? So I would verify what you're saying, but I don't want to go to the enemy spawn. I'm not particularly fond of going over there yet and into. My rank is on the line. My life is my rank. You know, I can't just be that low elo Torb player. Okay, I gotta be like the high. Swap this over? Yeah. So that's a good idea. Ah shit, that's... Well, that is not who I thought that was. I didn't realize that was Sojourn. I'm so good at this game though. God. Shit, man, people should praise me. I should be getting paid. real life dollars for existing. I'm gonna check on my kids.
1-1.
It's really cute. Stone is laying on the couch, right? And he's like holding on to Kael'thas' butt. Like he's just holding on to it. He's really like, he's got a good grip around it.
But I won't believe it until I see
They're just chilling on the couch together.
Are you sure you'll be able to handle it?
Try me.
So fuck is in trouble. No, I'm not playing this game. I'm not playing this game enough to rank up. Listen here. I like that love.
5, 4, 3,
The rocks.
1.
Or become even fatter. So I can look like Torb. I can be Torb. Shrink my spine. I'm gonna break my spine. Break my legs. My arms. What the fuck is this? There's a window? What, so you could just awkwardly stare at each other? Like, hello? I actually do think that's a good design choice. I would praise Blizzard for that. They did pick Pharah. Very interesting pick. I don't know why you would play Pharah. That character's just kind of dog. What the fuck? There's an entrance over here too. Oh shit, they moved. What the hell is going on? What is this map? What the hell is this map, dude? They got a fish over there. They got a drum over here. Drum over there. They got a fair over here. I'm so fucked. On the right, what the hell? I can't explore the map. I can't just explore the map, man. I gotta play the game. You know? I can't just do that. My team is relying on me. So where's the well? It's over here? Did you lie to me? Are you a filthy freaking lion? Heckin' lion? Behind the fish? Alright. I'm gonna do something for my team. I'm gonna hopefully not die and carry them to victory so I can go look at a well. What the fuck you mean well? This is not a well. It's like an onsen. What are you talking about well? What about this is a well? It's just a hole in the wall. Like that, that's like a fountain. It's like a shitty little fountain. That's not a well. Well goes down. That doesn't go down. Oh shit, I can't turn my mouse fast enough. We won. We won. Winning the game. Winning the game. A winner. Angry. Angry, angry. Angry. Winner. 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 Oh, Pog. Winner, winner, winner. Pog. Pog. Happy Pog. That reminds me of like the Subway Surfer and stuff. Where they got videos just like the shit on the bottom. Oh, I could just hit rekeep from there. Stay as team? Yeah, maybe I should just stay as team with everybody. Just keep staying as team until everybody agrees.
MVP.
Was there even any doubt?
Emerald 3! Wow, this really does not want to rank me up. Alright, that's fine. This game hates me, I get it. it should be like Masters in like 2 games. I should only need like 2 wins just to hit Masters. Or Champion or whatever the ranks are now. Yeah, I have a question. This only comes up because I was on Facebook. Medusa's hair is all snakes, right? Does that mean all her hair is snakes? So, like, if she, like, grew a mustache, would that be snakes? Like, armpit hairs, that's snakes? If she has hair on her, like, toes, that's snakes? Yes? Okay, it's just all snakes. How does she, like, trim her hair, like, change hairstyles? Does she just cut the head of the snakes off? Do they just regrow a new head?
Select a map.
We're just happy. Everybody hits random. There's no real difference at this point. That's fine. Surabasa is fine.
Select heroes to ban.
I ain't picking. Mercy? Goodbye.
Traveling to Suravasa.
I guess I'll pick Torbjorn. First of all, your Jordans are completely fake.
Tools in hand, brain in gear.
Better get paid after all this. I don't like having my time wasted.
Ragtag bunch, but we'll get it done.
Hello.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Initial flashpoint. Mark.
Stand as one, and we shall not fail.
Ban the best character? The opinions are like buttholes. Everybody has them. I don't have anything clever. Comes with the DLC.
I will clear the objective. Stand with me.
Now it's going to get interesting.
Somebody over here.
To let off some steam.
They're just gonna push forward with Sigma. That's so lame. don't know where she came from. Oh, she like dashed into me. That's so sad. Oh.
Show them what you've got.
Ooh, hi.
Under attack. My precious work. They're going to love this. Hurricane the battle.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Let's try to shoot him. I couldn't. I just kept taking the hits. And I kept missing.
Flashpoint. Palace.
Oh, this is Flashpoint. Shit. I mean, it's like a good and a bad thing, because it means you can win like 5 to win. You lose like 5 to lose. Basically, nothing you do in this matters. You gotta get all 5 Chaos Emeralds to win. Oh, yes? Shit. That's okay, because I got movement speed. Watch this. I'm super fast.
We're giving him the point. Guess I missed the
Reload. I don't know how to get up there. Do I gotta wall this? Yikes. It's a long way over. Fuck. That's okay. They got Bob. Bob's out. Oh shit, this is really far.
Secured. Next.
Woohoo!
Flashpoint. Garden.
Yeah, this must be a close spawn for them.
enemy over here.
Turret in position.
Who is that? Is that Shion?
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Fuck.
Guess you can learn
Ooh,
even
damn.
at this age.
They got Death Blossom.
Push them back.
I guess I wait. Billy Butcher?
They're hurting my turret. My precious work. They're going to love this.
I probably should have got the other perk. I mean, this should be better for defending, but it's gonna suck to use for offense. Snack bar.
I still have some fight in me.
You're hog. But I don't think that's hog. I think it was just this guy meleeing. It's got like chain noises going on.
In 10 seconds.
Make your maker proud. You're all
This is pretty bad.
always gets it working again.
I don't know what to do.
Installed and ready to go. Back to work. My baby's destroyed. Pick on someone your own size.
Yeah, everybody died there and we used a lot of ults. That's really bad. What the fuck is this guy up so far, dude?
Back to work. Show them what you've got.
Oh, she's not even touching. Yeah, that's gone.
Defeat.
So sad. These games are actually going pretty quick though, because it's already been like an hour and I've done like 5 games. It's kind of crazy. An hour is like a single deadlock game. We wait for more. Somebody has 61,000 hours on Rust on Steam. That's crazy.
Vote for your map.
I'm okay with all these maps. For the most part. People.
Select your hero. Select hero bands. Traveling to Nepal.
Oh shit, a diamond game? A diamond lobby?
Tools in hand, brain in gear. Hey! Someone repaired my turret while I was napping.
She says, "You are welcome." Laughter.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
What are you on? What are you on about? What are you on about?
Holy shit, someone's playing. What the fuck? Is there a tracer up here? This is fucked up. Why are they? They're playing Tracer Genji.
Back down! Not a chance! Show them what you've got.
Play Mercy? No, 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 no. I'm very good. Mercy is not my character.
You're all set up. Hurricane the better.
You see, if you told me to play TF2 Medic, I would gladly say yes. I actually have a decent time on TF2 Medic. Not as a healer, though. But as an officer of the law.
I've high hopes for you.
I'm gonna sit here, pick my nose, and just spam fire at this corner. Oh, they're in this corner. I don't want to move up there because I can't get out. But I'm glad Diva and Moira are just kind of being the DPS. Yeah, like that. I don't want that to happen to me.
Make your maker proud.
See, now they're backing up though, and my turret's gonna die.
Defend the
You know, I was gonna Photoshop a Torb mask, like welding mask and stuff onto these photos, but I just didn't have the time or the effort. Kind of wish I did now. It would have been funny. Okay.
Enemy over here! Ultimate is ready to be unleashed.
Minor perk unlocked.
Surrender to my will. Freeze! Don't move!
High hopes for you. Turret in position.
Want it right there.
Make your maker proud.
Activating self-destruct
Time to let
sequence.
off some steam.
I'm probably gonna get the turret perk again. Level 3.
Score 1-0.
You have a bandage?
Who exactly do you think I am?
The someone who carries bandages? Guess not.
Five, four, three, two, one. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Let's finish this right now! You can't be serious.
A taste of poison.
Let's kick this off.
There's a test subject.
Pick on someone your own size.
The objective is now
They're taking our point! As long as that's good!
You look like you needed a hand.
Think that'll get up there? No, fuck. Too good of a throw.
Under fire.
Enemy over here!
Show them what you've got. I'm overloading. You young chickens still have lots to learn.
This is technically the last one, right? Yeah, you know what? I'll just take this. Find more damage.
It's going to get interesting.
There they are. Get ready. Enemy over here! Disrupting. Washed away.
I did not live long at all. They're trying so hard to kill that turret, though.
Never gives up.
Okay.
I'm overloading.
Now it's supercharged again. Free heal. They're fucking. What's that? Their tank? Yeah, their tank left the game. They're out of here. Get them out of here.
Activating self-destruct sequence. Guide you. This ends now.
No.
victory. the game.
This ends now.
Oh shit, the requeue button's right there. 4 more games. Shit, I'm gonna finish that pretty quick. I'll probably finish that in the next half hour. These games are quick as hell. Such a big difference from Deadlock. But I think I have done a Deadlock stream or the Overwatch stream like every birthday or whatever. I don't remember. I was gonna make a YouTube video. I was like, oh, maybe I'll make like a YouTube video like I did for that Torb guide that one time. I'll go out in real life. I'll get like I'll green screen myself throwing like fake skulls and stuff. Yeah, and be like, oh, this is great. But I could not come up with a script to save my life. I have no idea because it's like I'm not good enough at Graves to be the Graves guy. Not yet. I do need to make more Graves builds though. I should just flood the market with Graves builds. Like, oh, this is the Turbo Zombie Graves build. This is the Gun Graves build. This is the Debuff Graves build. This is the Graves build. And doing a bunch of builds. I'm bored and I need Mercy gameplay. No, 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 and no. Mercy is not a character. Mercy is an abomination. Does Samito even stream? Does that dude even stream anymore? I doubt he plays this game, right? Like, how old was Samito back then? How old is he now? Is he in his mid-30s? Was he older than me? I thought he was older than me, right? He's gotta be, like, rotting by now. Either that or you got a job. Let's see. Let me go on twitter.com. Twitter. Samito FPS. I might be playing Marvel Rivals. I think that all the Overwatch people move to Marvel Rivals.
Choose heroes to ban.
Well, I mean, 12 hours ago he posted about Overwatch, so I think the guy's still playing Overwatch. Gonna make a video on how awesome voice line interactions, comics, and game in general storytelling Overwatch has been. Okay, yeah, no, he's still doing Overwatch content. Don't worry. Maybe in his 40s he'll give up.
Welcome to Rialto.
To be fair, I am the quitter of all the Overwatch people, you know. I give up on this game. Now look at me. I'm stuck here with Pickle Tickle and Low Diamond. Before I had the potential of a top 50 gamer god playing Torbjorn, one of the greatest characters ever invented and stolen by Blizzard. Now I'm stuck. I'm washed up. And I've got nothing good to say. You know. Alright, I guess we're gonna have a little bit of story time now that I'm like kinda in the mood to do story time. I was thinking more recently, I'm like, you know, 10 years ago, I never actually considered like 70 to 90 whatever people I had on average to be a lot. But like when you really think about it, right, like even small venues, they got like 20 people, small music venues or something, maybe like 30 people. You know, that is actually a fair amount of people watching somebody. Now, obviously, not everybody's actively watching. But, you know, if you imagine, like, them all bundled up in, like, Like around a campfire, right near the campfire. That's a fair bit of people. It's actually kind of wild. Fuck you. I'm incredible. The best. Angry. Angry. There we go. Angry. 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 Splint. I have a request for you. You should draw the character that I sent you. No! Bastard. Even respond about the character. Sent it to you. Thought to myself, wow. Maybe it's not that bad of a character design. I think I'm gonna make it in 3D though. I think I'm gonna continue with my 3D model instead of pixel art. I don't think it looks that bad. But I need to figure out game mechanics. Because, drop kicking on an angel is like okay, but like I can't get the game mechanics to feel like good, you know? And I don't know why. I'm at a bad spot there. They have high ground and I'm just fucked, man. Like I can't hit him because he's got high ground. He can just back up. I wonder if Doomfist is like meta or something. There's so many Doomfists. Also, why can't you draw anymore? You don't just lose the talent. Like, my drawing is still as shitty as it ever was. I mean, he's just dead. Ooh, my audio clip did it now for a minute. I think she's trying to do a surprise ult. Good man. He goes up here. I keep thinking this is Reinhardt, but it's really just like Diva. You know, I don't think this character's bad actually. I think it's a character where if you have a better team, he's actually pretty strong. Like stronger than Ryan. Just from a technical perspective. Although I never felt strong playing her. Fuck off. Resident Sleeper. Kind of actually reminds me of Resident Sleeper.
Show them what you can do. I've high hopes for you. I'm overloading.
Whoa! I'm dead. That was worth it though. Fuck Anna. Bam. Yeah, that's definitely worth it because they get a better push and Anna's dead. She'll come back though, but she's still dead. Hmm. Yeah, I think they just won that. Oh no. Ooh, that's kind of scary. Not bad though, not bad. Yeah, forced them to do a late Anna ult for dying there. Very good.
3-0. Switching sides. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Tools in hand, brain in gear.
If we do this right, they won't even know what happened.
Stretch, hydrate.
Let me see if Pro's playing Overwatch tonight. Are you playing Overwatch tonight?
They say you're a good shot.
Let me get in Pro's DMs. Let me slip in there. You know, it's kind of funny because the way I did it, when I'm talking, the mouth is just open. Oh, but that's not how we speak. We close our lips when we speak.
Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Fika's over. Block the payload.
Fuck does that mean? Pika's over. I understand that's the cat, but what does that mean?
I'm overloading.
This pastry break? But they added the cat, so it's not a reference to the cat? Or did they just do that because it's like, oh, finally, people have to look up the word Fika?
My precious word.
It's old? That's old?
Go stall
Damn.
that payload.
That's new to me. Alright. I think I'm the Torb expert here, buddy. I think I would know what happens with Torbjorn's voice lines. You know, every morning at 5 a.m. he takes a whiskey shot. You know that he rails his wife 24/7. Not a single moment's notice he's not railing his wife.
Game over. Now it's going to get interesting. Turret's under fire. Become someone your own size.
Oh, I'm throwing, bro. Alright, I'm so good. You know what? Fuck you, Anna. That was overkill. Let's put this up here.
High hopes for you.
Maybe a little more over here. I don't want it like,
Make your
yeah.
maker drop. I'm overloading.
You on the cinnamon? What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Oh, I gotta wait for overload. I'm fucked. I probably should have turned for that guy. Hey, Nick. Playing again? No, just today. We're just doing placements. Yeah. Basements. Yeah.
Now it's going to get interesting.
They must have the game at a higher quality. The lighting actually looks really nice. Oh! Fuck! Please touch, please. Sad. Oh, thank you, Nick. Thank you for the prime. 60 is crazy. Wait, how many? 60 months, that's... We got 12 months in a year. 5 years? Wanna do the pog face? Aww. See, now I'm wasting overload. I'll move that back more. Oh, that sucks. I hate Suzu. Well, I don't think that's concurrent. Is it? It'd be crazy luck. Do it on the same day as my birthday.
60 seconds.
I wasn't streaming. Well, you could still sub to people without streaming. Without them streaming. And I do stream concurrently. Okay, I play Deadlock. Very good. The best. Submit to my will. It is interesting having the translation on finally. It's like, oh, huh. Click Genji ult. It'll translate what he says now. It's not bad. Huh. We did it. That was a good hog. That's a good piggy. Oink oink. Oink oink.
Play of the game.
We're gonna watch them play Demon because it was actually pretty cool what they were doing.
Time to carry.
It's very Reinhardt coded, but honestly, she's probably just a better Reinhardt.
Coming in hot.
I know Ryan does more damage, but just repositioning alone
Epic.
is kinda crazy.
MVP.
Oh my god. Somebody's selling a Game Boy Advance SP, but there's no. That's obviously reshelled, right? No natural purple Nintendo one. Let me look that up. AGS 101 purple. I think it has to be a reshell. That actually looks fairly clean for a reshell. Because they say backlit screen too. Yeah, that's probably just a reshell. And again, not a bad thing. Oh shit, there's blueberry recalls? You can die of blueberries? Nice. So I hate people on Facebook Marketplace, bro. Person's like, oh, I'm interested. How about tomorrow? I'm like, oh, okay. And they don't message me. I'm like, hey, are you still interested? They're like, it would need to be tomorrow. And it's like, oh, okay. Thanks. I'm doing stuff.
Select a map.
Would the person be able to go early? And they just fucking don't respond. It's even better because, like, you can see. Lost. Fuck it, bro. Why would you ever want... King's Row's pretty good, but just random reduced loss is also pretty good. I mean, I guess if you don't lose, it's not a problem.
Select your hero.
And I never lose.
Choose hero bands. Now entering King's Row.
Defense, please. But it's always offense first, bro. When am I gonna get good old defense? When am I gonna become a defensive player, bro?
but we'll get it done.
It might be a tall order, but want to try taking fewer hits this time?
Complaining already? This is what you're paid for.
I'm getting paid.
They always think they can beat me. And I always prove them wrong.
Raise the attack, raise the attack, raise the attack.
One. Attack commencing. Capture.
Shit, rockets.
Let's move on.
You're all set up, my dear. I'm overloaded.
Why is bro just sitting in that corner?
It's going to get interesting.
Get me out of here.
Much better.
What the fuck? Ooh, I'm lagging really bad right now. I have zero control of my character. That's kind of cool. Where was a bug? I don't know. My stream is dropping? Ooh, yeah. Yeah. It's kind of rough. Still smiling though.
I still have some fight in me.
Bro, I do not like Spectrum. I am angry. Bro. Wait, does bro trigger anger? Oh god, yeah, this is horrible. I just wanted a nice King's Row. Yeah, I can't even unmute myself on Discord. I'm teleporting. I'm standing still, and Torb is teleporting around. I don't know what you see, but this is terrible. I don't know. I'm trying to move forward. I'm trying to move at the point, and it's just not moving me forward. There's nothing I can do.
Always gets it working again.
Oh my god. Alright. That's not... No, this is my internet. This is just Spectrum. They're just horrible. They're just terrible. Like, I was behind the bus and then it just zips me back in front of it. Yeah, this is bad.
Back down. Not a chance.
60 seconds.
Yeah, it's pulling me backwards. Oh god. I mean, the good news is I'm playing Torb. You know? This is horrible.
30 seconds remaining.
Let me go forward!
Vulnerable. Let us take it.
Let me walk forward, please.
Make your maker proud. Turning up the heat.
I'm almost at the point, holy shit. I spilled a virus on myself and now I'm just stuck ragdolling around.
Score 0-0. Switching
I don't know what to
sides.
do. This is so sad. This is King's Row 2.
Prepare your defenses.
Happy birthday.
Select your hero.
Thanks. I got... And then ping 4v1. I have to wish it to you in this circumstance. He's watching me and I'm just zipping around. Like I can't move forward. Allie? Oh, it's Allie's friend.
Tools in hand.
It's a friend of Allie. I'll just put a heart in the chat for them. I'm trying my hardest to walk to the point, bro. It's so sad. I'm being held back by Blizzard. This is what it feels like. I can't even get up there. I'm so screwed. I mean, Allie's friends with everybody. This is what happens when you're Canadian.
You're all set up, my people.
The turret just popped into existence. Alright, we're gonna find a nice safe spot to
5,
not move. Holy shit. I'm trying to go around this post box.
attackers in.
Why is it doing this?
Defend objective A.
Yeah, I got a 600. No. I had a 300. Okay, it's going down in game. No, it's going back up. Yeah, the best I can do is just sit still and spam. I don't even know what it's like to shoot at me. I'm assuming I just stand still most of the time. Oh my god, bro. What do I do? I'm sending goons in your games with me. Allie, this game I have like 9 million ping. I am literally fucking getting dragged in a circle by the game. I cannot hold W. Blizzard is pulling me backwards. They're saying, no, no, no. You're not allowed on diamond. That's 1500 latency.
Play of the game.
Get your goons out of here. Oh wait, I get to see how it was to... Okay, I guess I just walk normal, or I just stop walking occasionally. With the dropped frame virus. I give it to Bastion. I would have given it to Navy Bear, but I didn't think about that. Let me not instantly re-queue, because the stream is definitely still dead. That was not a fair game. If I had the reduced loss map, that would have been great. Just that game. Literally just that game. I did not want to equip this. I do not like Kiriko. I'm putting that on record. That was an accident. Kiriko's terrible. Why is it giving me more Kiriko stuff? Let me change that real quick. Not a fan. What is this? Fin. Some of those look okay. Where's the owned? Jetpack. I like the cats. The games are going very good until you hit me with a ping bomb. Funky Fist. Yeah. Yeah, that was really good. I like sliding around in a circle. Yeah, I gotta pick a thingy because I accidentally equipped Kiriko. Let me use the Widow one. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I'm ready for a 2000 ping game. Allie, do you like my engineering skill? Yeah. Yeah, I'm a flesh tuber. I'm the world's first 2D flesh tuber. Wait, I want to show you something really cool, Allie. Alright, it's gonna be a little delayed, but Angry Angry. 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 Yeah, I have angry. Angry. It doesn't work when I'm laughing. Yeah, we're good with this. Oh, Allie's gone. He hates us. Look, is that Mr. T? He's got like the Mr. T look with a beard. Young Gods. What the hell is Young Gods? He looks sick though, like a fighting game character. Wow, that's crazy. That's not a bad skin. Just pick one. I'm gonna lag through it anyway. Yeah, put us in comp. Yeah, I'm ready for comp. Let's go. Any good Torb skins?
Now traveling to Kanizaka.
I don't know, Asm. I genuinely don't look, and I have not looked for 10 years. Where is she on? Alright. Wow. Yeah, biked on. I'm so sick. Why are you both... You're both playing tanks? Wing. Shit. What do you mean I hid behind the tree? What? No. This is whatever mode. This is for fun mode. Sir, I've been playing Torb for the last 2 hours. I don't know how to get away from this, huh? Whee! Shin. Well, this character's kind of weird. She's got long cooldowns. Oh shit. Stop, stop, stop. Stop. It was a joke, it was a joke, it was a joke. Oh fuck. Why are you so fast? You later, loser. I was gonna call you loser and nerd at the same time. Okay. Oh.
Hearts break. I don't. I'll take your brain.
Yeah. It's hard to find quick play. I'm so dead. That's so funny. I get in a game with your friends and it's all really laggy. And right now I have no lag. Wait, wait, wait. This is hard to aim. Hold up, hold up. I don't feel like doing this. Ah, it was a joke. You've been joked on. Whee! We did it. Very nice. Hulk champion. Anyways, I hate people from Facebook. They make me sad. Okay, Six. What the heck? How did you miss that? Come here. That was... Come here. Oh my gosh. Poor baby.
Now arriving at
Poor
the
baby. Come
Shambhala
here.
Monastery.
I'm gonna drag you over. There's a new... Here you go. Oh. She missed climbing up. She was like falling up. Poor baby. Dude. What? Allie, you can't say that.
Drop the pride and discipline will take over.
You're all set up, my dear.
Hey, what rank are you in this game?
Turret that shoots smaller turrets.
Finally, I've been relieved of
Oh,
my
okay.
duty. Now, Hannah can drive you to the arcade instead.
Don't be like that. It's hard for her to find real competition.
When are
to
you
play
gonna hit
with.
GM?
Wait, she sees me as a real competition?
Yeah, but you didn't hear that from me.
Oh, when you become 30? Yeah, but you're not even a Turnus yet. Exactly. Yeah, it takes a lot of games to get characters in Deadlock for comp. It kinda sucks. Okay, I do too. I'm like the best player in Overwatch and Deadlock at the same time. I was doing really good until my demon didn't shield me. You know? My demon didn't shield me. I don't know. Allie, I want you to just like go in, okay? Like you're really low, but just go in. No, he's anti-ed. Very good. Remember me as your team commander.
Time to get my hands dirty.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Alright, nobody in our team chat wants to talk with me. Very sad. Yeah, but in Deadlock, everybody talks. It's hard to get people to not talk. It is. It's just full of LARPers. Incredible. I have not had a single Lash player that does not start their sentence with the Lash. Then do it! Oh shit, he's ulted. No, they rooted me, you're fine. They might have meant to root you, but... Oh, that's terrifying. Alright, I'm out of here. Concept of a blade. I think he knows I'm over here. Okay. He sounds so close. Okay. I'm alright,
You're all set up, my
Turret killer. I need overload.
Back at it.
Okay, we have 4 minutes. I'm still gonna fuck around.
Over here.
Yeah, 2 minutes is when we get serious.
Get the payload moving again.
Enemy over there.
Excuse me, sir.
Show them what you can.
Oh my god, that murked me. Rezzed? I'm alive? I was dead, but I'm alive? Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh, Reggie. Because I watch Scooby-Doo. I'm a Zillennial. Even though I think I'm technically a millennial. I'm the youthful millennial. The good one. Holy shit. New turret spot. Damn, look at this. Blizzard, what are you hiding? I'm so dead, but this is sick. It's a slope too.
Time at maximum strength. Pick on someone your own size.
Payload is approaching its destination.
Over here. Why has the payload stopped? We must move.
Shit, they are still on point. Oh, I'm so good at this game. I killed the Zenyatta. I killed the Symmetra. You spawned me into bombs, but I'm so dead. Winning. Angry. Angry. Oh god.
Play of the game.
Tubby gamer. You got 1 kill? Okay, 2. 2. That's fine. What did gamer? Here you go. Oh, look at your. You know what? Fuck you. I'm giving it to me. You got a 4. No. What does that mean? Okay. Yeah, that's a whole lot, actually.
Now traveling to Petra.
Now traveling to Petra. Yeah. Back to Xion. The concept of Xion's okay. I don't even know when I'm supposed to use the right click. Oh, you're gone. Oh. Maybe I'll be stuck on the bike.
Choose your map.
Havana. Everybody pick a Havana. Oh, I almost contacted emergency services on my phone. That would have been bad. Why does scrolling up on my phone do that?
Traveling to Havana.
No. How would I have an iPhone? I'm an engineer. Use the Android. Cream elitist. I'm playing Widowmaker this.
Select your hero.
I aim to devastate.
Science means going where outcomes
Going
are
in the
uncertain,
jungle.
but I am
Have a
certain
real
that
good
we're
time.
going to have a great time.
Friendly faces.
After a blissful eternity.
You know, I never watched South Park growing up. I wonder if it would have made me a better person if I did.
Checking in. Juno, you seem quite
Attached to your suit. It keeps my vitals stable.
Thank you, Mr. 50/50.
You should be fine now that
It's a
you're
50.
acclimated to Earth.
Try to keep it on. Just
You either become a good person or not. Oh, she slept me. I can't hit a long-range bullet. Bro. Oh shit, they have a widow! Yeah, res me, I'm ready. Okay, I missed the widow again. Can I get another res? What the fuck? What skin is that? It's kind of cool.
Finally, a worthy opponent.
Okay, Widowmaker. We're gonna go for one kill this game. Alright, I've succeeded. You guys are scaring off the widow. I was gonna shoot her. I was really gonna kill her that time. Wow, my internet really fixed itself after that game. What did you do? Would you like to explain? Listen, sir. I know you sicked Claude on me. Claude, kill this man's Overwatch session. Now. 50,000 tokens.
Helden sterben nicht. No one can hide from my sight.
No, he put a shield in front of me. What the fuck? Angry. Angry. That's my true emotion. Angry.
I've been waiting
Angry.
for a challenge.
Hello. The enemy has returned to life.
Never gonna give up on the angry bit. Angry. Ba ba ba.
enemy over here.
You dare touch my property?
What the fuck does that mean, Widow? You dare touch my property? She slapped me! I'm so dead! Bro, I'm cooked. Oh fuck, I'm getting sniped by Anna. Where's the door? Oh shit, the door's over here.
They outnumber us. Watch out.
Fall back. There's one.
Oh shit, she slapped me, I'm so dead!
Time to teach these bugs some manners.
We seem to be at a deficit.
Back in action.
Helden sterben nicht.
I cannot fucking aim. Give shots for after. Whatever. I can't aim, bro.
Justice reigns from above. No one can hide from my sight.
What do I do? I'm still good at this game. Oh my god, I'm the best. I'm gonna go do a funny widow thingy. Watch this. Oh shit! Ow! I kind of missed my grapple on a wall.
How vexing.
It's so funny.
We are outnumbered. Out with the old.
You know, I want to like instinctively parry these guys in melee range.
Justice reigns from above.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Time to teach these bugs some manners.
Oh my god, I can pierce people now? That was my problem the whole time. What? There's a Pharaoh behind.
Back in action.
They're teleporting.
No one can hide from my sight.
Wow, this guy was standing still and I missed. That's crazy. Oh, she blew me up.
Clever.
What? I'm alive. Oh shit. Oh, she's alive too. I gotta play the other Farrah-like character. Where is she?
Always climb, never fall. Roughen 'em up.
There's a Reaper just sitting in a corner. I knew I heard him, but I'm like, yeah, whatever. He's probably not there. And he was there. Oh. You know, I think we lost. Pretty good skin.
That's more like it.
Most valued piggy.
Welcome to Malevento. Taking the lead.
No!
Select a map.
Esperanza. Wrong. Calcia's pretty good.
Traveling to Nepal.
Bonzo. The fuck is it? Dark Wolf? Ooh, this one's kind of cool.
Honor is all I have left.
Ready yourselves for war!
Your only fan?
Backing the Hashimoto was a mistake. The sons of Shimoto
I already have an
will not
AC.
rest until Talon is cleared from our streets.
Good. The restless are
You're in, like,
and
the
this
coldest area possible. How can you be hot? Why are there 2 computers in your room? My gaming computer? What are you even running on your server? Ellie, do you even have any domains? Like what?
The objective is
Dot .ca? What? Was that Canada? Dot .canada? That's like me getting a domain and being like, ah, yes, I'm gonna get .usa.
I will be sure. I'll find them.
Yeah, but I mean, you can just get a good .com domain. Doesn't work. Makes me upset. Yes, it's a very important thing. He'll be a failure if he doesn't have a good domain name.
adaptive circuits engaged. Vendetta.
I'm watching you. I hope she beats you. What the fuck?
Excavation initiation.
Object.
Once again, I set forth.
Careful! The enemy's getting back up.
Wham. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Got him. I don't even have my bricks yet. Holy shit, you got smacked. Had to reload. Fuck you, Echo. I had to bring her low enough that it would kill her. Like, oh, I could just fly. No, you can't. You're dead. What the fuck? They took my jetpack cat. That's okay. I'll heal Ramatra so I can get ult. Nope. You're dead. Okay, we're going in. Shit. Oh. Oh, almost.
Best round 1. Complete.
Over here!
Score 1-0.
Oh shit, I got chocolate raw.
Stay close. I can't hear you if you stray.
I like how terrorist is censored. That's pretty funny. Take it. Take it. Take it. Take it. That didn't do what I thought it would.
The objective is
Not
now
let them take the point.
Shit, I kept him alive for so long. I was so focused.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Vendetta.
He's dead. Free. Yeah, I sold my Twitch account. $5 billion. Come on, Allie. You know you want it. Oh shit, I'm gonna blow up. You don't sound like him? That's crazy. Well, I mean, I am him, so. I am that man. It's the age. Shit, wait, I gotta touch it. I'm so dead. Oh! Need some swordplay to prove it. I'm in a non-ranked games right now because my internet was being shit earlier. Hell, you can probably finish my placements with me, right? What's that? Yeah, huh? What do you mean? I'll rank you up. It's like I'm boosting you, Allie. Yeah. Of course you do. You're Canadian. You have all the time. Flint, I saw you above the thing. That's your fault.
Score 1-1.
Oh, third person in Overwatch is really powerful. Like, honestly, after playing Deadlock, third person is such a really good thing.
What are them mantis arms stuck between me molars? To the cloud.
No. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We're going in. I know why, but I can't aim with it. It is harder. Third person is objectively harder. I'm trying very hard. I hope you understand. I have no fuel. And you're dead! I had no fuel. Bro, take it. Take it, bro. Whatever. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I feel that, you know. Killer!
Tools in hand, brain in gear.
They won't expect it. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, actually, I can't fight that. That's from Metro. We're just gonna sit here and spam. Yeah, good little dwarf. I'm running. I hear someone. Hey. Oh god, I'm so... That was good. We learned from those lessons. We learned class.
Bursting the billows. We must capture this territory.
Oh shit, this isn't Zarya? Wait, I can't hit her. You know, I kind of like how you can hit Mo and Krill while they're underground. I don't like how you can't hit her while she's underground. I'm gonna die. I'm dead. I couldn't reach it. Good luck. Wait, hold up. Shion's faster. Alright, she wasn't fast enough.
Defeat. Play of the game.
It's up to Allie. No, 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 it's not. No, no, no. Thank you. You ruined one of my games. You made me lag out. Good. What the fuck does that mean? Why are you so evil? What did you just say, Splint? You just say one more game? But
Vote for a map.
oh my god, I got confused for a second. I looked over at the OBS monitor. I'm like, wait, I don't have a webcam on. Where did that mug come from? Fine. Yes, it is. It's gonna do that all night. That's the birthday gift. It's not a cartoon. Cartoons don't look like this.
Now arriving at Ilios.
Those are my real human expressions. You don't just oh every time that you exist. No, that's not. Oh, angry. It's really funny because it's really bad at getting what expression I'm trying to talk about right now. But it is because I said bad, I think. Bad is like a trigger word that turns into a certain phase. Like angry. 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 Okay, angry?
If you ever need help, just fly to me, Angela.
Ah, my hero.
Sicking?
You're like a
Duck
knight
sicking?
in flying armor.
That's what I'm going for.
Yes, that's what happens when you don't sleep for 18 hours.
5, 4, 3, 2.
That is very true.
Capture the objective.
Mercy Bay.
Jesus Christ. Oh! I didn't mean to fall. I'm not a snitch. I have never been a snitch. Yes. What do you mean? Oh, that's Kiriko. Shit. I'm fucked. They don't know I'm here. It's okay. I can't aim. Holy shit, I'm bad. Fuck. The Mercy. Well, I mean, I could have just overloaded and shot a whole bunch of bullets on the corner, but I didn't, because I'm bad.
I think we're outnumbered.
That's okay, though. As long as we're winning, we're great. Yeah, my reactions are slow. I am 30 now. I'm in the grave. But that means I am more intelligent now. Yes. Yes, it does. I'm very intelligent. Intelligent. Oh, I'm gonna die, but I want to kill this fucking Ash. Oh, they got a shield. Sticky Sentry always the way to go? I mean, I don't think they've changed it since I last played. Probably. It's just a better Sentry. The other one only lasts for like such a short time. I don't know, if people focus it, it just dies. It's at least harder for them to focus if you can like throw it up on a wall. I used to be very anti-Sticky Sentry actually. Come here, motherfucker. Yeah. There is somebody.
Demon, ready to play.
I think she saw me? No! That kind of ruined my whole plan of trying to kill somebody because Mercy saw me. It's like, oh, I guess I shouldn't shoot people. I guess it's a bad thing to do. Yeah, I'm Unk status, finally. Yeah, honestly, we did lose the point a little bit because of me. I could have killed like 3 people. Hug the wall. Just to get around it faster. Sorry, Torbjorn, see, they're apologizing. They know. They know it was their fault. Mouse? No. That's okay. Oh, fuck. Hey, 6, come here. 6, I want to touch you. Come here. Let me pet you. Yeah. Yeah, that's the baby. I don't know what she's doing. I don't have Nightbot running, but hello. Nightbot is dead.
Makes me stronger.
I will never remember to put Nightbot back on. Making my own tongue twisters.
Don't take it personally when I get the most kills, okay?
Hello there.
What's up?
He's such a
5,
he's such
4,
a, and I love these cats. They're all beautiful.
1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Hello. Don't let up. Let's finish the job. Greetings.
Challenger.
Make your maker proud. My baby's under attack. My baby's destroyed.
Oh shit! No, 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 no. No, 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 no. You're dead. Okay, she healed. I still got the melee. That's still funny enough. Always remember, comedy, first priority. Winning, second priority. You know, I do really like the thing in the top right, the 6v6 and the 6v5 or whatever. Whenever someone's dead. Shit, they're on Torb. Oh, so much damage. What do I... Pull up, pull up. This is very scary. I'm very scared. Yeah. I'm so gonna fall off at some point. Can I, what is the emo button?
There's an enemy here.
I didn't mean to ping them. That's okay. I like hearing the cat purring noise. Meow.
Heroes never die.
Hey there. Enemy turret sighted.
I'm super scared.
Over there. And they say chivalry is dead.
Oh no, they're gonna kill my ride. No. Diva knew that would happen. Sure, I could have jumped off, but when you kill a captain's ship, they go down with it. He was in his early 20s and yeah, so sad. Very old game now, very old person, very old game. Kind of surprised to know like Overwatch replacement. I guess it'd be Marvel Rivals. Or Deadlock. But I think Deadlock needs to be a little more mainline before it can really be like a replacement. It's also kind of awkward because it's like being part MOBA means it's more like a League replacement. Yeah. It's a very, very good jetpack cat. I don't know what you're talking about. Deadlock sucks? No, I love Deadlock. Deadlock's great. It's just a lot to get into. It took me forever to enjoy it. There's just so much garbage to learn. The biggest thing I hate is denying souls, that whole mechanic. It's very annoying. It's not hard, but it takes such a long time to get used to. And if somebody can deny you, it's just like, oh, okay. I guess they get to be super powerful. Yeah, I'm giving it to myself. Come on, one more. Come on. Yep. That's me. But yeah, I think Rivals is pretty popular, so... Okay, Fooey. Is that free? Oh, so I can finish my my placements? Finally. What do we have, VTuber? Since I went in the bathroom earlier today and took photos of myself and green screened them and put them into this thing. I just thought it'd be funny. I wanted to make a YouTube video for my birthday and then I had no idea of a script to do. So I'm like, ah, shit. I gotta be at least a little quirked up. This is what I came up with. I told him, like, yeah, I'm gonna put the webcam on. No, I don't know what a webcam is. But I know where my phone is. That's great, don't get me wrong. I just wish I could control my emotions a little more. You know, with this, I'm very emotionally deregulated. You know, sometimes I just get angry, 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 angry. You know, it just happens. It's just life. Wait, I still got comp points? I don't think that's enough to buy anything. I am missing... So I think I played comp just enough to finish the Torbjorn. Sadly, because Blizzard is a jerk. I mean, I still have every character... Wait, shit. I don't have every character's gold gun anymore. Actually, that's probably really hard to get now. But also, I don't even know who would want the gold gun anymore. I feel like the other ones just look better. Like, classic gold is okay, yes. I like the purple one. The Crimson Wolf is kind of eh. It's okay. I'm using it because it's new. I think this is probably the best format, but I don't know. So I have not played it.
Select your hero.
Gee whiz, I don't know which character I want to play. There's such a wide variety. Let me think about it for a couple minutes. Gee whiz, I don't know which character I want to be in. I'm just gonna pick these three. It's better. Just do it at random, who cares?
Traveling to New Queen Street. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Can I change? I don't think I can change the thing. I would like to use Galactic again. Sure, I'll use Classic. Oh shit, wait, this is a purple skin. No wonder I had this one. Which skin is that? That was Diamond Magni. This is what's the shit? I can't remember the Kita. No. Yes. No, Emerald is above plat. Because like Ali said, rank reset.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Yeah.
Objective unlocked.
I think I was only like Masters before because I just stopped playing for so long.
Mind your posture, everyone.
Actually, this skin's pretty good. Well, Seagull was like Emerald and Diamond and stuff. Yeah. No. TF2 will never be good, so Seal doesn't have a home. That's how it works. He played Deadlock originally when it like came out, like the first time they sent out the invites, but I don't think Seagull played it newer Deadlock. To be fair, he might. I mean, it would make sense to like play it again. But I don't know, Splint. I don't know Seagull on a personal level. I'm just a fan. I'm not his best buddy. I'm just a fan. I just think he's a cool dude. The Sonic version of streamers? That's crazy. That guy's won. Poor bullet shit killed him. Oh, still got it with that flicking there. Yeah, I don't think Torb person changed much, so I still think that movement speed and sticky turret are probably the best. Very good. Oh, she's staggering if we kill her? Oh, she's ulted. Pretty scary. Oh, come on. There's a mega right here? That actually is kind of crazy. They're not healing her, but I can't. No, I'm gonna die, Yeah. Alright, zoom. If we look at the ground, we go faster. Yeah, I'm kind of out of position. I need to be actually behind people. It's better if people that aren't a giant meatball take the hits first. Not until there's like less of them. Hi, nobody. How are you? How good is this game? I'm a prodigy. Honestly, I should be like rank 50. I'm just gonna ult because yeah, this is good. This is good. Oh shit! You good? Had oatmeal. Happy birthday. Thank you. I'm winning very hard. I'm so good. Foo Fighter was an honor. I'll get my heart.
Play of the game.
Can you please tell me? This is not the Overwatch that I'm used to. Oh shit, I hit screenshot. Now I can't see the play. No, I guess it's still playing on my screen. This is not the Overwatch that I'm used to. I'm a fan. Wow, we're still in the lobby thing. Alright, we got one more. Thanks, Steve. I'm very good at spelling as a 30-year-old. Diamond 5. Okay, we are predicted Diamond 5. So, while we're in queue, I am gonna look and see what I was last. 2026, Season 2. What the hell happened with Alari? Okay, there we go. Season 1. Okay, this tells me nothing. What? Oh, wow, I'm actually really stupid. I was not looking down here. I think that's Masters. I think that's Masters right there, actually. That's Plat? Yeah, that's Masters, that's Plat, and that's Diamond. Yeah, so I was around Masters, so it probably puts me in, like, Diamond-ish. There's new ranks above that, right? Streaming? Oh, shit, there's, like, heat bonus. Yeah, I said skeet bonus. No, I said heat bonus. Grants additional challenger score based on tier and division of master and above. Did they gamify top 500 again? Let's see. What is the lowest for top 500? Considering there's masters in there, yeah, it's definitely like a per player rate thing. Like this guy's masters 4, and he's in top 500.
Choose your map.
Yeah, they changed it from like actual top 500 to play a bunch top 500. I'll pick Ilios. Actually, no, fuck it. Hollywood's there. What's wrong with them? Shit. That's okay though. We love Hollywood.
Select your
We love Ilios. No, you are unmuted, or you are muted, I think. Yeah.
Select hero bands.
Do you think you're funny? Really? Really? Wow, Splint, you are really late. Yeah, that is nobody. We got 3 bands. Everybody just does not care. That's alright.
Now arriving at Ilios.
Well, I guess they got a she on. Diamond 1? Hey, Splint. I'm kind of confused. Why is there a Diamond 1 and an Emerald 1? Is one good or bad in this game?
Let's go. I've got a few new inventions
Huh.
to try.
They added Emerald to make people feel better. Yes! No, Emerald is below Diamond. Oh, yeah, whatever. I don't know metals, okay?
2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Hell yeah, brother. I had the Sonic Club message me. No, I had the Sonic Club messaging me earlier today, you know. They had me trying to find one of the like Chaos Emeralds for him, and I found it. And, you know, I might be able to get a free invite to the Sonic Club. Really high rock? Dude, that's the best you can fucking think of. Really high building or a really high rock. The tallest rock you've ever seen. I don't know, an airplane, a helicopter, anything that goes in the fucking air. It's wasting resources. Okay. Okay. See, it's kind of crazy because you don't realize to get on top of a really high rocket that requires resources. Okay, oh yeah, so I'm gonna climb on a rock so they can push me off a rock. That's That is, I don't know what to do here. This is such a mess. Push forward, yeah. Bro, you can't shoot her like you can Mo and Krill. It's so obnoxious. I do not have a gun. This is a rivet gun. It's actually cool. You use rivets to, like, build things. I don't know. Ask the engineer who could build a gun. Oh, she's got... What the hell? Use the nano. Fucking flatlined.
Guess you can learn even at this. Pick on someone your own size.
What do we do here?
I'm on point. Back me up.
Oh god, bro. I don't have ult. This sucks. What do I do there? That's just crazy. They just got farmed. Oh, why is she screaming at me?
0 to 1.
Yeah. Time flies like an arrow. Fruit flies like banana.
One more mission, huh? I'm in.
I think even if I lose this, I still get diamond. I don't think placements matter in this
As a
game.
beaching treat with my name on it.
No.
5, 4,
No. Not playing Super Smash Brothers.
round 2. Capture the objective.
Maximum power.
If
No
you
losing
mention it again, I'm gonna start talking about Fire Emblem, okay? Yeah. What do you mean? I know everything about Fire Emblem. Yes. Fire Emblem? It's like some shit fucking that they re-released on the Switch. Shut up.
Enemy in sight.
What the fuck are you talking about? The first Fire Emblem has to be Fire Emblem. Yes, yeah.
Interesting.
Okay, what was it called?
Hurting my turret.
I'm on target.
That doesn't sound like Fire Emblem to me. Okay, and the first Sonic game is the one racing game because he was a little thingy on the window. Sonic races all the time. I didn't get the mega. Oh, we are so fucked. We are not doing well this game. This is not a good game. But I blame no one but myself.
Let's get to work.
Y'all have no synergy? That's okay.
Turret in position.
I missed that one Mercy main that I was just using as a, like, vantage point when they played. Oh my god! I thought she was dead, holy shit. That was kind of funny. Fuck. I have no ammo. These games go really quick. Predicted, predicted, predicted. Yeah, I'm playing Overwatch, bud. Not bad. Give me this. That's kind of ugly. I'm gonna keep going. I have to be better than Allie. Where is he? He is currently unranked actually. Wait, he was Diamond 5. Huh. 2 games won and he got to Diamond 5. That's not good. He lost 8 games. Yeah, he went from Masters 1 to Diamond 5.
Select a map.
Coliseum.
Select your hero.
Shut up. We can get Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Choose heroes to ban.
I'm not banning anybody. Bad mojo. Okay. I literally said I was playing Overwatch, but maybe this is the last game.
At Coliseo. Prepare for battle. Select
No,
your
I can
hero.
play Smash Brothers, but I'm going to play Roy Fire Emblem. Listen here, bud. I played 3 houses and a big professor lady with her big boobies started flopping her titties everywhere. I don't know her name, but that's just my introduction to Fire Emblem 3 houses.
Tools in hand, brain in key.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The old game went from a game to a love dating simulator with huge fucking bazongas. I'm not complaining, I'm just like, it's very jarring playing Fire Emblem and not realizing that was really even a system, to going into full 3D cutscenes of characters' breasts just popping all fucking out. Yeah, now they do not care at all. What do you mean? I just don't want to look at Byleth. You like Byleth? Ugh. Okay, bro. Byleth is still pretty low tier, but okay. Okay, name one man. Oh, you don't know any men? Not even yourself? Yeah, exactly. shit. Oh, fuck. I should be better to die. Then we don't stagger. I wonder if this will determine if I drop down to Emerald. Hmm.
You're all set up, my dear. Just trying to help out.
Right here.
Show them what you can do.
This is really bad.
Your team has lost the lead.
I'll just die. Did they see me? I mean, I killed their tank. Okay. I could have killed him too, but yeah. We like Ike. That's true. Ike is a goat. That ship was lame and doesn't play any games that have Ike in them. Hmm. Okay, I mean... Oh, okay, goodbye. How is there not any other Smash game that's not Melee with fucking rollback? Isn't Project M still being developed? Yeah, why don't we play Project M? You're already playing on Dolphin. Just download it. It's free. It doesn't have the rubber Project M. It's literally free and illegal, bro. Well, I don't want to find it. I just want to call you stupid. Fuck shit. I'm gonna call this a failure and assume that he is dead. We're gonna back up. Stribber. What do you want? Angry. Angry. I can't say fucking angry if you're making me laugh, you asshole. Angry. Where's the fucking door? I'm gonna die. I'm trying to express my emotions. Please. Yes. I didn't take any photos of the other ones. I don't even have a happy emotion. It's just angry. Angry and smiling. Hello there. We still have a pretty big lead. That's not bad. Angry. I can't because it registers laughing. Oh fuck. How is he hitting my turret? What the fuck is this guy doing? Oh, he murked my whole team. Fuck. He killed me before my bullet went out. Ping diff.
A good pop always gets it working again.
Miss Raksu. What are always doing? Shit, it's not gonna make it. Yeah, it was bad. We can move up. Did I? Okay, yeah. These high ground turrets are hard. Actually, we gotta put this over here if I don't. Ah, shit. That's okay. Gonna die though. She just said game over to me. That's actually a good Midoriya ult. No, I'm surprised they haven't killed the turret yet. Let's put this over here. It's so interesting, the better spot died immediately. Oh, this is scary. Oh, she's one. Why does Rose have a knife and stand on 2 legs? Because they changed her again. I want to wait until 30 seconds to ult because I can't get ults past that. It's better. Whoa! Okay, sorry, demon. Demon. I'm so good at this game. I'm like that god of gaming. Do a run, yeah, you're dead. Oh shit, I thought that was a person. I was shooting the stupid drone. Life got really weird for a bit. Bad happies. I'm 30-year-old now. I'm a big boy. Life sucks. Ow, I just pulled my hair. In 10 more years, I'm gonna be 40 years old.
Play of the game.
What the fuck do you mean? Shut up. My demon got a triple kill, a quadra kill, maybe quadra kill. Quadra kill for Hoonie. What's my rank? Arrogance? Higher ranked than 88% of players. Sick. Your rank is uncertain. Oh, okay. So because of variance, I go up a lot quicker. That's not bad. It's not... we're gonna take a break though, because I'm gonna play Smash. I'm gonna shower, and then I'm gonna probably go to bed. So the Overwatch segment is done for the night. I appreciate you guys being here. If you want to watch Smash Brothers, feel free.